Good morning, everyone. Let's start the sixth workshop on new developmentalism. We are streaming online, so I have to read a disclaimer from the Getulio Vargas Foundation. All statements expressed by Fundação Getulio Vargas employees and guests in our online events and broadcasts exclusively represented their opinions and not necessarily FGV institutional position. We also reiterate that everyone present here agreed to participate in this event on their own free will, and they consented to be recorded in this broadcast, which will be posted later on FGV official channels. To continue with this transmission, we ask that you express your agreement, verbalize or signalizing our agreement. Okay, thank you. Also, I have to make a notice regarding image and voice recording. This event may collect your personal data and record your image and voice through photographs and videos. In accordance with applicable laws, you have the option to refrain from participating, and if you have any questions, please contact FGV through the data protection section at portal.fgv.br. That's it. Before passing for Professor Marconi to introduce the workshop, I just want to thanks a lot our FAPESP and Young Scholars Initiative from Institute for New Economic Thinking for supporting the event and making it possible to bring young scholars from different countries to learn new developmentalism theory and supporting heterodox thinking and new economic thinking. Thank you very much.
Morning. I just want to say hello to everybody, and thank you everybody for coming. This is the 60th workshop on new developmentalism. We started the first one that we did on 2015, if I'm not wrong, and we always the objective of this workshop and what we expect is to discuss new developmentalism theory that we are developing along those years, and to bring your impressions and to hear from you, your papers. You know that everybody is directly or directly related to issues linked to macroeconomics, development macroeconomics, and we have a strong emphasis on the principles of new developmentalism. So we expect that you enjoy, that you discuss too much. This is a meeting for discussion and to hear from you also and to get your impressions and to develop also a network between those people. So I hope you enjoy. I prefer to be brief to listen to our main theoretical and our main, how can I say that, researcher and our guide, yes, that is Professor Bresser. Okay, thank you.
Não precisa nada, tem aqui, tudo bem. It's a pleasure to see so many friends here in this workshop. I hope that we have good discussions, and I will give you my class or something like that I will speak about now, about a general view of new developmentalism with a few things that were relatively new. Ixi, Maria, agora aparece aqui um negócio. Tá bom. Assim, eu vou agora pôr aqui mais perto. Né? O técnicos aqui, está aparecendo aqui um negócio do certificado da Verified Certificate of FGV Collaborators. Olha lá. Show Certificate. Use password. Eu não tenho password.
Tenta cancelar. Você já tentou cancelar.
Será que... Bom, acho que veio. Well, I believe that new developmentalism is today a theoretical framework that's mature. It's a mature theoretical framework. It's mature because the main ideas that oriented this theory are already developed. I think that the golden time of the development of the new ideas goes from around the beginning in 2001, but really it became more. I began to develop more ideas, more systematically in 2008. And I think that around 2015, the main ideas were already developed. Then there was continue to be some advances or progresses, but not many. Theories are like that. Theories are not like history. Although I use historical method, historical structural or historical deductive method, we are speaking about theories, and theories, if they are completed, and that's it. Then you have, if history changes, you have to change the theory, but this history does not change so fast. So, but the theory of Keynes, for instance, the comparison is not reasonable. But anyway, the theory of Keynes is a theory that was developed, was discussing, explaining at that time. Today still holds a lot. There are changes, and naturally. Well, in this lecture, I always speak more. I base my presentation in a new book that's being published I believe, in February by the Edward Elgar Publishing. You know that the Edward Elgar Publishing publishes books very expensive, only for libraries to buy. But they invited me to write this book. So I made my conditions. And the condition was that they would have a paperback soon. No, a paperback after 1 year. And they would have a Kindle book, e-book, with a reasonable price. But this for the Brazilians, this is not a problem because the translation is almost ready, and it will be published by the Editora Contracorrente. So we have the book soon. Soon, I say by 6 months. Well, in the, probably you all have noticed that I always divide new developmentalism in an economics and the political economy. Isso é meu telefone. Com essa barulheira toda, não é possível. Mas eu quero que você precisa desligar esse telefone. Onde é que está? Ué. Eu pus aqui no coisa, eu estou ouvindo? Não. Eu pus aqui. E é um barulho famoso. Eu mudei. Ele tem que estar aqui, ué. Está aqui, ó. Desligar essa porcaria. Primeiro emudeço, né? Acho que é o mais simples. Então, eu divido, porque a minha formação, né? A minha formação não é uma formação normal de economista. Huh?
In English.
I'm sorry. My formation is not a typical formation of economists today. I was a lawyer, not lawyer, never lawyer, but I made a law school originally. I studied a lot of Marxism. I used to call myself a quasi-Marxist. I'm not a Marxist, but a quasi. And the historical method is essential for me. I was formed also with the new developmentalism, the new, no, not the new, but the classical structuralist developmentalism. This what was not only Latin American, there was some other very important economists around the 50s and early 60s that developed classical developmentalism. Well, so, when I created a journal 43 years ago, that's the more important journal of economics in Brazil. This journal was called the Journal of Political Economy, in homage to the classical political economists. I also write saying I am not a neoclassical. My origins are in the classical political economists. So I have also a political economy in the new developmentalism. And some contributions, not many, in this area of the political economy. I will speak much more of economics than of political economy. The method that I use in the book is a critique of the economics of neoclassical economics, based on the hypothetical deductive method, based on axioms and then starting from the axioms, they deduce everything from it. And it is a defense of the historical structural method. This is what I say very shortly in the book about the method. And I begin the book discussing the positions the position of new developmentalism among the schools. I make a rapid presentation of the heterodox schools. New developmentalism is a heterodox school, and made it a continuation of what I call classical structuralist developmentalism, or classical developmentalism. That's also more simple. The science of Prebisch, Nurks, Arthur Lewis, and Celso Furtado, and among others. So, and I also made it following post-Keynesian economics. For me, they are the two greatest economists of all times were in the 19th century, Marx, and in the 19th century was Marx, and in the 18th century was Smith. In 19th century was Marx, and in the 20th century was Keynes. So, for sure, and besides this, new development, classical developmentalism didn't have macroeconomics. It was just a microeconomics idea of planning, a critique of neoclassicals. But so I think it's important to have this also. When I discuss the new developmentalism's political economy, and that's in the beginning of the book, it's very short, I discuss essentially two concepts. One concept is the concept of capitalist revolution. Look, in this area, it's impossible to say things that are fully new. They aren't. There are a lot of thinking about how capitalism developed, how this development was the consequence of economic, political, social forces, how this integrate. And anyway, I think that I underline first the idea of a capitalist revolution. When my friends André Singer asked me, why you use capitalist revolution? Why don't you say that it's the transition from feudalism to capitalism? Well, because I almost said this, because I like more this capitalist revolution. But actually, because there is one thing is to speak of something more precise. First, I don't think that you go from feudalism to capitalism. This is Marx, no? But after feudalism, there was something that could be called the aristocratic mode of production, if I use the expressions of the concept of mode of production of Marx. Because there was a long period. Feudalism ended in the 17th century or 14th century, and then comes the absolute monarchies, and the world changed a lot and the capitalist revolution itself only begins, more strictly speaking, in the beginning of in mid 18th century with the Industrial Revolution in England, or a little before, in the beginning of the with the formation of the nation states, because the capitalist revolution was formed by two major changes that happened originally in England, and then France, Belgium, and Holland, that are the original countries, as they call. And they were formed of the formation of the nation state, that is the territorial political unit that is specific to capitalism. There are no nation states, countries, before capitalism. And with the formation of the nation states, the formation of internal markets and industrial revolution, the formation of a bourgeoisie, all these things. Well, so I use this expression, and also I do that because if I follow my friend Singer, it's the transition from this to that, I had that there is the general transition, and each transition. So for me, each country has its own capitalist revolution. There is a general capitalist revolution that happens in the central countries, beginning that period, into my view, ends in the end of the 19th century, after Germany, Italy, and the United States complete their capitalist revolutions. So the world was capitalist, let's say after that. But capitalist in terms, because in the periphery of capitalism there are many things yet. The developmental state is a more specific thing. Developmentalism is a word that's new. I believe that it was first used in Latin America, in Brazil, perhaps. A very good researcher, Pedro César Fonseca, he made a research and concluded that the first time that the word developmental was used was in 1962 by Hélio Jaguaribe from ISEB. And the second was used by me in 1963. Melhor. Thank you. After this, the strategies that were being used by the Brazilian and most Latin American countries between the 50s, if not before, and the 70s, were called national developmentalism. But the expression developmental state only appeared in the north. In the south, nothing counts. In the north, and it appeared with this name. That's a good name, developmental state. And and who introduced this concept was Chalmers Johnson, American political scientist. He's dead now. That wrote about Japan, and writing about Japan, he developed these ideas. In the book, I make a distinction of 4 basic formation constructions of developmental states. Well, I'm sorry. And the developmental state and developmentalism has and this is very important, has encompasses a lot of things. It's a large. In this political economy, I say that the countries the capitalist countries have two forms of economic coordination. And these two forms of economic coordination are either the market is the fundamental institution that coordinates capitalism, or the state is the main institution that coordinates capitalism. Or you can have a mix. A mix where the state may be a little more important. And when the state is a little more important than the market, but the market is also very important, you have developmentalism, and you have a developmental state. Because if you have full coordination by the state, you don't have any more capitalism, you have statism, or the system that the Soviet Union almost was formed. So this is interesting. But second, I say about this that all countries, without exception, made their industrial and capitalist revolution. Now it's accentuated the industrial and the capitalism in the context being developmentalists. All, no exception. All them, the state had was important, very important. All were developing with the help, with the participation naturally of the market. Only after this is that you can change for liberalism, but liberalism will not continue forever. No. If I take the four countries that originally made the capitalist revolution that are cited, England, France, Belgium, and Holland, I can make a phase of capitalism development. And there is a phase, that's this industrial phase, this capitalist revolution phase that is developmental. Then, beginning around 1840s, maybe more. It becomes liberal. Because, why 1840s? Because it was when England finally opens its economy. Until, although Adam Smith had written his book 70 years before, it was only in 1846 that England opened its economy. And this goes until the crash of the New York stock change. Then you have a second developmentalism. Now the United States is a red part of the game also, in the other central countries. And then you have another change to liberalism in the 1980 with the neoliberal turn and the rise of neoliberalism. And now, in the last few years, we are moving again towards developmentalism in the United States and the other developed countries. In the periphery, much more, much less, because you are retarded. No, we are always behind. That's the right word. So well, this is about the political economy of developmentalism. Fica aqui aparecendo umas coisas que... Bom, about the economics. Well, in the economics, there is a macroeconomics, but very, very small. I don't have much. I admire, but they have not much interest in the in neoclassical microeconomics. Although that I consider Alfred Marshall genius by creating that system, and a beautiful system that most of the articulations of the several relations that are important in a market, but I don't see it as a real form of understand how capitalism is coordinated by the prices, by the market and the prices. But what's the alternative? Well, the alternative is to begin the political economy alternative. The alternative that the political economists used, which had as central concept the concept of the equalization, the tendency to the equalization of the profit rate. Well, when you have the market, you have a competition, and you have a tendency to the equalization of the profit rate, which never happens for sure, because it's impossible. But this tendency for sure exists, no doubt, because the market produces this tendency through competition. So the way the resources are allocated are in this way. So that the companies are looking for their profits, and the profit dominates the whole thing. So that's why the profit rate is so important for the classical political economists. Comes neoclassical economics, where is the profit rate? It doesn't disappear, but almost. It's supposed, I don't know what the word to use. So it is this kind of general view that I have. And specifically, I have also a small proposal. I say I came to this idea when I was in China. I think it's better to explain this way. I was in China after 15 days of a visit in 2011, and I was looking all that, very, very impressed, naturally, and suddenly it came an idea. Look, I thought to myself, what the Chinese did with the economy was to divide it in two sectors. One sector is the competitive sector, or the naturally competitive sector, what's supposed to be a competitive sector. The other is the non-competitive sector, again. What is the competitive sector? Is the largest part of the economy. The non-competitive are the infrastructure companies, are some basic input industries, and mining sometimes, very big, oil, for instance, maybe in this case, and the big banks. Why the big banks? We began it because, as the Americans learned, and all of us learned together, is the banks are too big to fail. And when a bank is too big to fail, it will not. This is not they are not competitive. Well, given this distinction, this is a model. It's not exactly the reality, because the Chinese are much more complicated. The thing is much more complicated. But they said, well, for the competitive market, The state will continue to have some industrial policy, and you assure the general conditions of capital accumulation. That is, you assure that the companies that are efficient are profitable. While in the non-competitive sector, the intervention is strong. In the case of China, mostly is state property. You can have also not exactly state property, but there is state property. Now, some very big companies that you could say that are not competitive are private companies. So I say, well, this can help us to understand how should be the macroeconomics of developing countries in general, and especially developing countries. They should have this. The macroeconomics in this book, I organized originally, in the beginning, the book according to the 5 macroeconomic prices. You know the macroeconomic prices. Then I discuss each one of the prices. I discuss in a chapter the determinants of the interest rate. In another, I discuss if what we have today is monetary policy or is really interest rate policy. This is short. I discuss second price, inflation. Shortly, the theory of inertial inflation. And one thing that's interesting is the limitations of economics. That came to me more clearly. There are many ways that you can know how limited is economics to explain things and resolve problems. But although it's very useful, I'm not saying that economics is useless at all. But in the case of inflation, after making a survey, a more recent survey of the inflation theory, I discussed this 20, 30 years ago, and only recently I came back to discuss a little more. And I realized that there is the Keynesian theory. Inflation is essentially caused by demand. There is the theory of natural inflation, that inflation is caused by the indexation of the economy. And there is the monetarist theory. Well, monetarist theory, beautiful. Then I realized, reading, that this monetarist theory practically does not exist anymore. Because first because they don't use it, nobody use anymore, and the more important analysts don't say anymore that inflation is the result of the excess of money, of that the inflation is essentially, how is it, the word of Friedman. Now what you have is in the Pratt's and the book in the book these books is a confusion, because why confusion? Because inflation is impossible to have really a good theory. Impossible. It's such a thing that varies and has so many causes, etc., that the theories fail. So, then the profit rate. I will discuss more the profit rate below. Then the wage rate, nothing more respect. Then the determinants of the exchange rate. Here there is a more important, because in these other things there is nothing really significant. Because there is the discussion about the value of the foreign currency, and the discussion why I prefer to use the value of the foreign currency instead of using the PPP. This is very heterodox. Perhaps it's more discussable with my ideas, but it's very interesting. And this I say that as all commodities have, or goods, best to say, goods and services have a value and a price. Now I'm being classical, not only Marxist, but also classical. Have a price, and the price floats around the value. Why not the currency to have also a value and a price? The price is the exchange rate and the value. The value is the cost that covers the price, covers the costs of the companies and assure them a reasonable profit, a satisfying profit. I use always the concept of satisfying profit that comes from Herbert Simon, not maximum profit. Well, and there is a nice discussion about the relation between this and the internal exchange rate. Internal exchange rate, as I know that, I believe that you know what's the internal exchange rate. No? Should know. The internal exchange rate became especially clear in the euro crisis between 2010 and 2015, more or less, because suddenly they had a crisis, and one of not the only reason, but only one of the reasons of the crisis was that the balance between the countries within the zone was fully unbalanced. What was happening? Germany and the North countries were very well, growing, and with their finance very strong, while the South countries, France in the middle, but the South countries, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Greece. Greece is was a case, extreme case. That's not, and Ireland was not South, but anyway, were in bad situation, and facing a financial crisis. The interest rate rising strongly in these countries. Well, what was happening in this country? Why this difference? Como é que é isso? Quando a gente anuncia, então tem que desligar o computador. É uma filha minha, mas não vou atender, não. Eu vou desligar é melhor desligar o... Como é que desliga isso? Espera aí. Agora é possível, eu desliguei. Agora foi radical. Mas... Qual era que você falou?
English.
English, yes. You see, Fiona, The Brazilians, if you go to other countries that are not in England, and they speak English wonderfully. Brazilians, this is always this confusion, and they would come back to Portuguese, and not all Brazilians, no, but most. For sure, myself. The internal exchange rate. The internal exchange rate. What was happened is that the Spanish euro was overvaluated, while the German euro was devaluated and competitive. The Spanish, the Portuguese, overvaluated and not competitive. Why? What's that? The internal exchange rate is given by the wages and the productivity of the country and the modifications of it. Let us suppose that you have an equilibrium, and in a certain moment, right, the productivity of the country begins to increase, and the wages are not growing with productivity; they are going less than this. This was the case of Germany, and the German euro becomes stronger. While when instead in Spain and others, the productivity was increasing but little, and wages were increasing after the euro, the creation of the euro in 2001, faster. And the consequence was enormous current account deficit, because the countries in the south became non-competitive, and the countries in the north was having a large current account surplus. So, and to calculate the internal exchange rate, we can use a system that's very similar. That is very similar to the concept, and use the same ideas: the unit labor cost, the comparative unit labor cost that we use for calculating the value of the exchange rate. So this is about, in the determination of the exchange rate, the more interesting thing is this. The other variables are the terms of trade, are the interest rate differential that was so important recently here in Brazil, or in the world, perhaps what's happening in the United States. The capital flows, and the net capital flows, actually, not the capital flows, the net. And the current account policy. This is also new. This is being very specific of new developmentalism. Current account policy, yes, current account policy. I propose that there are three types of countries. There are countries that don't have a current account policy, and there are two types, two countries that have a current account policy. And this second type of country can have a policy of a current account deficits, or can have a policy of a current account surpluses. Why you say that? This is not in good economics. Good economics. Conventional economics, neoclassical economics, what you say. Well, look a little more carefully. There are countries, if a country, there are countries that have permanently, recurrently, a current account deficit. Brazil, for instance, and the Latin American countries have recurrently a current account deficit. Yeah, it's a different case, but it's the same problem. The United States also have systematically a current account deficit. While others, like Germany and China, and I don't know if you say continue, but for a long time, the other East Asian countries had a permanently current account surplus. Well, how can this happen? We are in a market economy. For structural reasons. Oh, what structural reasons that continue for so long and in so different countries? For the Latin American countries and the United States, or China and Germany. No, it is because they have, the first to have a current account, a policy, but it is a formal policy. No, it's not a formal policy. It is a policy that the policymakers are well aware. No, they are not always well aware. I believe that in many cases they are, but the Japanese, for instance, when they had the current account deficits, they were and the Chinese also, when they have current account deficits, surplus. China is surpluses, and Japan is surplus. Speaking wrongly, they were very clear. They want to be competitive. They want to export manufactured goods to the whole world, and to this, the fastest way was this way. And this was only possible if they their people accepted, because this depends. When you have an overvalued exchange rate, you are pressing down wages. And not only wages, but rents of rentier capitalists. So it's not easy, but these countries have, for one reason or the other, has had. So there is current account policies, and they are very important in determining the exchange rate. If you have a policy of a surplus, your exchange rate will be more depreciated or more competitive. If the inverse occurs, when you have current account deficits. Well, then the growth theory. And essentially, the growth rate is determined by the investment rate. This is, everybody knows. There are other variables, but by far the more important, the investment rate and technical progress. Because not only the investment, is investment with, as Celso Furtado used to say, with the incorporation of technical progress. What depends the investment rate? Depends essentially on the expected profit rate. Mr. André Nassif, how are you? Depends on expected profit rate on the and the technical progress. The investment rate, then that's more important variable, depends on the expected rate of profit. Expected, but not the higher the profit rate, the higher the investment. No. Expected profit rate, the entrepreneur is expecting a satisfying profit rate. That is a range of satisfying profit rates. This on what depends this expected profit rate? I'm going to buy. No? It depends on demand and on innovation. Innovation is nothing more than internal creation of demand. When you make an innovation, what you can lower your prices, or you can increase your price because you create a monopoly. Doesn't matter. Lower your prices and gain market and destroy the other companies. But what you are doing essentially is creating demand for yourself. You are being able to expand your economy, and you are creating demand for yourself. It's maybe a curious way of thinking, but I suggest you that makes a lot of sense. And demand has, as you know, the normal demand. Demand, this you learned with Keynes, depends on investment and consumption. And this is obvious, but it depends also on the exchange rate. How? How can the demand depends? Depends because the exchange rate must guarantee, the exchange rate is the variable that guarantees or denies the access to demand, to the existing demand, of the companies that use the best technology available. The concept of best technology available appears all the time in this theory. My good friend Luis Orero, that's a very good economist and a very good new developmentalist who defends these ideas from the beginning, that he does not agree with this point. He says that what I am asking is too much. I am not asking anything. I am just making theory. Making theory is not asking anything I'm not asking that the Brazilian companies are so efficient as the Swiss companies or the or the American companies. It's more easier to compare. What I'm saying that because I am always supposing a competitive system. I'm in the market, I'm supposing a competitive system. And I know that then you can, through several mechanisms, mostly through tariffs, you can impede the function of the market mechanism. But these are specific cases. These are not general cases. General case is that there is competition. Without competition, there is no market. Without competition and without market, there is no economics. So the exchange rate must guarantee the access to the market. If it doesn't, the country has demand, but he's not profiting from this demand because the access to the demand. I began with the idea, that is the main thing, that the exchange rate was like a switch. that a light switch that give access or deny access to demand. Well, a very interesting thing is that growth, I'm saying what growth depends. On technical progress, that is not here, but technical progress depends on the capacity of the country to develop its technology or copy technology, because when you are developing, all countries must also copy technology, not steal technology, copy technology, and depends on the capacity of also development ourselves. The more developed the country, the more this is important. You see now in this competition between United States and China, how important it was the progress that the Chinese achieved in technology. But I was discussing about what depends growth. Now I would say that the growth does not depend of net capital inflows, nor or growth or of the policy of growth of foreign savings, that is of current account deficits. The net capital inflows are not exactly the same thing as the policy of growth with foreign savings, but they are similar. And the foreign savings are equal to the current account deficits, by definition. These are by definition. Everybody believes that the best way a country must do is to have access to net capital flows, to have multinational investments investing in the country primarily, but also by foreign borrowing, simply. Well, eu mencionei que eu não tinha visto. Now, they are wrong. They are wrong. They are wrong, except in two cases. I go to say first the two cases, so that we are more happy. The first case is that I have been writing in many places since the beginning, is the fact that when the country is growing very fast, very, very fast, then it's what you call a miracle or something like that. When the country is like that, then the propensity to consume falls, the marginal propensity to invest increases, and in this case, the substitution of foreign, the replacement of foreign, of domestic savings by foreign savings does not happen. And investments, the foreign savings are added to the domestic savings, and the country grows more. This is one exception. The other exception that I have been underlining more recently is when the country is very poor, and he has not really economic system given is a very primary and primate system. I think, for instance, in Mozambique, we have here a friend from Mozambique is there. And this is a very poor country. income per capita is very low. They have great writers, and the other things. I had a beautiful book about of a Mozambican that won the Camões Prize. That's the more important prize in the Portuguese and Brazilian literature. Camões Prize that's given in Portugal. But they are very poor. And how to grow? For instance, in this case, investment of multinationals can happen. But they have nothing. They cannot create their, stimulate their manufacturing industry if they not have a reasonable middle class and a domestic demand for this. To industrialize, a country must have a domestic demand that's reasonably high. You can close the economy to make this more, in the beginning, this import substitution, that's a traditional and right policy in the very beginning of a country. But so in this country, these cases, I think that, and look, in this position, now I spoke positively, but you can think that I'm against multinational companies in Brazil or in any country, developing country. I am not at all. At all. Because I'm not against the multinationals, because they are great companies that they have their problems, but they are not mischievous creatures that are trying to impede our development. Imperialists, no, they are nothing like that. They are companies. And what I'm against is the current account deficit. The current account deficit that appreciates the currency. The multinational came to finance this current account deficit. Okay, it's a way of financing it. Because you either finance it with multinationals investing here, or you finance by loans. There's no alternative. Finally, the Dutch disease. Some people think that the new developmentalism is the Dutch disease. It's ridiculous. But the Dutch disease is very important. First, because the new developmentalism began to be known in the political area with a paper in 2006. But new development really began to call attention of economists. In the beginning, the attention of political scientists more than economists. When was published the paper on the Dutch disease in 2008. The Dutch disease, I don't invent the Dutch disease. The Dutch disease is the economists invented the expression, Dutch disease, and the first paper on the Dutch disease is a paper of 1982 by Neri and Corden, two very capable economists. I think one is Australian, the other I'm not sure from where he is. I think it's British. They are neoclassical economists, but they came to this Dutch disease. They didn't give much attention to the exchange rate. They underlined the formation of the three sectors. Anyway, but it was the first, and this is important. I think that mine was the second. You know that Jeffrey Sachs thinks that he made the second, but he didn't. No. he used some of the concepts, and I believe he used the wrong concept. something approximate. Well, I'm not going to define the Dutch disease here. What I can the disease appreciates the exchange rate for the manufacturing industry only. While the current account deficit appreciates the currency for the whole economy, the Dutch disease appreciates for the manufacturing industry. And the definition of Dutch disease, you have two basic prices. You have two basic prices. The current equilibrium, and the exchange rate, and the industrial equilibrium. You have a current equilibrium and industrial equilibrium. The current equilibrium is the exchange rate that equilibrates the current account of the country. It's the general equilibrium also, current equilibrium or general equilibrium, whatever you want. And the industrial equilibrium, this is a new concept, this is a concept that I introduced, is the exchange rate that makes profitable the companies that use the best technology, provided but are not being profitable because the exchange rate is appreciated. The difference between these two values is the Dutch disease. For instance, for some that don't know, are more aware of this, if in a given country, the exchange rate that balances the current account of the country is for reais, speaking reais, for reais, and it should be for monetary units, for monetary units, and 80, and the companies that use the best technology in their respective sectors, need for 530 or 550 or 530. The difference, this 50 cents of difference, is the Dutch disease. In terms of, is the Dutch disease in terms of numbers, not in terms of concept. This is the concept I always had. And perhaps the more interesting new thing that happened, and it is already present in a paper that I published, a small paper that I published in the Brazilian Journal of Political Economy, New Concepts of the Dutch Disease, New Concepts of New Developmentalism. I came to the concept of the extended Dutch disease. Extended Dutch disease, yes. And really what is relevant is not the classical Dutch disease, because I was using since 2008, but the standard Dutch disease that I developed in this year, with the difference, is that the Dutch disease now is between the industrial equilibrium, always, and not the current equilibrium, but the equilibrium with deficits in current account, which has another name in this equilibrium exists in the literature, in the economic literature. And in the economic literature, this equilibrium is called fundamental equilibrium exchange rate, and was developed basically by my late old friend, John Williamson. what is the fundamental, or the, as I prefer to call, because I don't think it's fundamental anything at all, I think that is the exchange rate with current account equilibrium. No, sorry, the exchange rate with current account deficit. So remember that I said that countries may have a policy on the current account. So let us suppose that that same country has a policy about, and the policy is to have a current account of, let's say, 2% a year, and this current account policy and this 2% a year corresponds to an exchange rate of not for 80, but for 50. So 450. Now the number was round. Now 550. The industrial equilibrium was 430 to me. 430 from this to 455. You have now 80 cents of Dutch disease. So the loss of competitiveness is serious. It's more serious. Well, what does matter? Well, because you have to neutralize the Dutch disease, and we will end with this. And to neutralize the Dutch disease, you have to. I'm always saying that you have to you have to push the no, not push, pull. You have pull the industrial equilibrium to the equilibrium, eliminate these differences. You have to neutralize the Dutch disease, making disappear this. And there are two ways of making this. This is also since the beginning. One way that I stressed in the beginning was to create a tax on the exports of the commodities, variable to according to that you vary according to the prices or the terms of trade of the country, of the prices of commodities exported by the country, or the terms of trade. That's a little different. I'm finishing, before 10 minutes. 10 minutes, yeah. Much less than 10 minutes. And second, and the other alternative that is the alternative of creating import tariffs. What's interesting is that although I prefer the first, import tariffs, and they can be combined also. My friend Tomás Heródoto Fuel, the Mozambican, he's discussing the Dutch disease in Mozambique, and he is trying to combine the two things, the two methods in some way to propose. And but the interesting thing is that, although I prefer the first because I think it's more elegant, the second is the one that was used by many countries for many years. How? Dutch disease is a thing that appeared in the literature in 1982. Nobody discusses it. very little discussion. Here, Jeffrey Sachs has a merit. He discussed it. So policymakers obviously don't have little nothing. Or here in Brazil, some of them, like the present one, or Guido Mantega before, they knew something, but they don't want to know. They're not interested. Because when you think in Dutch disease, you are thinking in depreciating your currency, and depreciating your currency, the president does not like. Any president likes. They are populists, always. To define they want to be re-elected, and to be re-elected, they don't want that the price of the exchange rate to be the right price, right? Not in the sense of the neoclassical economics, but the correct price, the price that is consistent with the growth of the country. Well, but anyway, the fact that for many years, many countries used the second method, the tariffs. Because you know that many countries used. Let's take, for instance, the case of the United States. United States, because the case of Brazil is obvious, of Latin America, but let's take the case of the United States. The United States obviously has the Dutch disease, had and has. And how it overcame it and became this enormous economy and industrialized, etc. Enormous industrial country. Essentially, by tariffs. They have high tariffs until 1939. Then came the wars, and then they lowered the tariffs because they have the natural tariffs of the war and the post-war. It was only from the 60s that they began to have problems, and they began to have, and the deficits in current account began to. But in that moment, they were already very rich. They had already a manufacturing industry very rich, so that, in my view. So they adopt they decided to adopt the policy of current account deficits. They have 6%, 5% of current deficit. This is their policy. Why? There's an obvious reason, is because this is a way of equilibrating that socially that country. That's very unequilibrated anyway, disequilibrated anyway. Because salaries, and not only salaries, but the interest, dividends, and real estate rents of renters fall when you depreciate your currency. So I believe that there is another reason for them to use this, but it's not very clear for me. I owe you this, and you are required to think about it also. Anyway, I believe that countries like Brazil should neutralize the Dutch disease, and they are not doing anything about that. Actually, and now they say, well, but the exchange rate is good for now. What's really reasonably true? It's not anymore so appreciated was for a long period. But these have, in my view, special cases. This is a special case. The country is not only now overcoming the crisis, and when it overcomes the crisis, the in the Lula administration, which was only in the Lula administration, this year, that the country is overcoming the crisis that began in 2016. Actually, 2014. I'm sorry, 14 was the crisis of Dilma Rousseff, the economic crisis of Dilma Rousseff. And so now, as this and this crisis remained for all the time, for sure during the Bolsonaro time, and now it's receding. But exactly in this moment, the exchange rate in the United States increased very much, and this impeded, obsted that the exchange rate, the Brazilian exchange rate, the real's exchange rate depreciated. Anyway, now the Americans are abandoning this policy gradually, smallly. They are still having high interest rates, and with this, the exchange rate in Brazil is appreciating again and firmly. So that's it. Thank you. Vamos lá.
Podemos abrir para perguntas?
Ah, perguntas? Pode. Ué, mas pensei que os 10 minutos tem que incluir.
5 minutes.
Yeah,
Tá,
one round.
Não, mas eu gosto de perguntas.
I have a question. When Gabriel Palma created the expression, premature industrialization, his classic paper of 2005, he presented a convinced concept of Dutch disease in Latin America, according to him,
It's important to
caused
remember this.
by several reforms in a shock therapy way. I think that's convincing, but my doubt, and I would ask you, because the real exchange rate overvaluation trend also contributes to, for example, deep the specialization in primary products and commodities has been the case of Brazil. My point is, in econometrics, for example, would say there would be a problem of endogeneity. And my question is, would be the Dutch disease that cause overvaluation trend, or would be overvaluation trend that cause Dutch disease?
No, I think when I say overvaluation, a tendency to the overvaluation of the exchange rate, maybe the expression is not very well used. What I say is there is a constant pressure for the exchange rate to appreciate in developing countries for two reasons. Because they believe the empire that is good to have current account deficits and finance it with foreign investments, and also because these countries have Dutch disease, and the Dutch disease appreciates the currency for the manufacturing industry. In this way, so when you compare, this tendency cannot be the cause of anything in this way. It's a pressure, the pressure that comes, from where comes the pressure? The pressure comes of the Dutch disease, and the pressure comes of the current account deficits, the two things. So these are the, so the Dutch disease appreciates, it is it that appreciates the exchange rate for the manufacturing industries in the countries that have the Dutch disease. While the current account deficits, the policy of current account deficits, appreciates the exchange rate of the whole exchange rate, not only for the manufacturing industry,
Can I complete your answer, please? Yeah? Can I complete your answer? Just yeah.
Okay, but this is not part of the game.
Okay.
No, it's not part of the game.
I'm just saying that Dutch disease is a characteristic of an economy. So the economy has natural resources and abundant natural resources, or another characteristics that that makes the exchange rate to be appreciated. Okay, not the opposite. So you cannot say that Dutch exchange rate will cause Dutch disease. I think it's okay. It can improve the industrialization, okay, but not the Dutch disease as a characteristic of economy. Yes.
Okay. Another question.
Do we have another question? Is the classic concept?
No,
So we go to the break.
everything is absolutely clear.
And thank you. Oops. Is not working.
Now is 11 o'clock.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Bresser, for the great class. And now we have a coffee break of 20 to 30 minutes. It's right here, so we will in the room. And then we have the
20 to
first
30
round.
minutes is not reasonable. It's 20 or 30.
20 minutes, 20 minutes. Yeah.
It's very Brazilian.
Tá.
E aí, tudo bom? Como é que foi o lançamento do livro? Foi bom? Está com ele aí para dar uma olhadinha?
Hello. Hello, let's start the next session. Assim, tá. Eu preciso ler de novo ou é só à tarde? Agora eu tô na dúvida. Acho que é só à tarde. Eu preciso ler de novo? É só à tarde, né? Ele já voltou, pedi pra ele olhar. Eu já botei aqui, já botei aqui. So, não tem problema, não tem problema. So let's start our first round table of the sixth workshop on new developmentalism. This session is going to discuss the topic of 40 years of quasi-stagnation in Latin America, new perspectives and interpretations. And we are very happy and pleased to have here with us André Nassifi of the Universidade Federal Fluminense, Carmen Feijó, also from UFI, and Danilo Espínola from Birmingham City University. So please, the floor is yours. We don't have an order. I don't know, Carmen, if you want to start or... So, you want to start? Yeah, go ahead. Qual que era o seu? Qual que era o seu? Como está o título? É porque eu botei dos três aqui.
Meia hora, né? Foi o que eu preparei.
Qual que é o...
Esse aqui.
Esse daí. Tem apresentação.
Aqui. Aqui, ó. Essa copinha.
Aqui?
Isso.
Ai, perfeito.
Oh, good morning. Now, first of all, I thank the invitation to present the theme. The title of the conference is 40 years of stagnation. The title of my presentation is more than 40 years of stagnation, taking into account that the mark of the stagnation in Brazil is around 1980. My presentation has 4 blocks. The first 2 blocks is on theoretical discussion on productivity and long-term growth. The second block is also not empirical but theoretical, stylized facts on productivity and long-term growth. The third block is the policy implications raised from the first 2 blocks. And the fourth block is about Brazil evidence. It's a special case of a country that passed from a well-succeeded trajectory of catching up to a falling behind path since the 80s. I have a hypothesis, and this hypothesis will be demonstrated based on several papers by Carmen Feijó, Eliane, and other co-authors, that the stagnation is mainly explained by the lack of coordination between industrial policy and lato sensu with other sphere of public policy, especially the macroeconomic regime. Yes, I think that the macroeconomic regime, taking the previous discussion by Bresser, Pereira, and the new developmentalist in Brazil, it's not growth-friendly in such a way that it is very, very well designed to preserve price stability, at least at the medium term, but not economic growth in a developing country that needs desperately to recuperate the trajectory of catching up. And finally, the conclusion. We have basically two broad theoretical approaches on the drivers of economic growth and the behavior of productivity over time. The first one is the neoclassical approach, according to which productivity and long-term growth are driven by supply-side forces, capital accumulation, technological progress, etc. But it's interesting that, according to this approach, productivity growth determines long-term growth. So that's to say, economic growth depends on the behavior of supply side, determine the productivity dynamics, and not the contrary. Exactly the contrary, the structuralist approach, there is a river separate these two unconciliated, in my point of view, theoretical approach. According to the structuralist approach, it's the productivity and long-term growth that depends on economic growth. We can theoretically discuss this in several structuralist heterodox approach. For example, from the Keynesian point of view, this happens because it's necessary that demand push in such a way it can activate animal spirits and at the same time the rate of expected profit over time. From the Caldorian point of view, it's necessary demand push because with this we can activate sectors which operate under increasing return to scale. We could present broadly four theoretical stylized facts on this theme, productivity and economic growth. The first one is derived from classical developmentalism, is that economic development is a process that develops through structural change, according to which resources, especially labor, shift from low productivity sectors to high ones, especially manufacturing. It's the classical paper by Lewis. The second one is that called manufacturing is the main engine of growth, because it's the only, nowadays, by established dynamic feedbacks with a high tech service sector that can operate on the static and dynamic economies of scale. The third one is that, also thanks to Caldo, that only when a country reaches a high level of per capita income, reaches a pattern of developed countries, that intersectoral gaps of productivity between sectors can be reduced. That's to say that the fourth and finally stylized theoretical fact is that if this dynamic process is prematurely reversed by deleterious phenomena such as Dutch disease or premature deindustrialization, so on, the country loses capacity to assure economic growth because the process of industrialization, the process of structural change, it's important to demark this, the process to structural change is aborted prematurely, and structurally, the country loses capacity to grow. The policy implication is that, of course, it's interesting that classical developmentalists, Lewis, Rosenstein, Rodin, Hirschman, don't emphasize the role of economic policy. ECLAC, Economic Commission from Latin America, and Latin American economy, Celso Furtado, so on, emphasizes more the fact that development doesn't come from a manna. It depends on government intervention. It depends on industrial policy. But it's important that, and nowadays more than the past, industrial policy understood like in a systemic way, in a neo-Schumpeterian sense, that's to say, harmonize it with all the other spheres of public policy, can be coordinated together. But the most important, and I think it's very important for Latin American countries, especially very important for Brazil, is that industrial policy defined in such sense can be used by, as a synonymous of national development plan, like Asian countries like China, India, and other countries do. And I think that in Brazil especially, the problem is not the lack of industrial policy. The problem is the lack of coordination, harmonization of industrial policy with other spheres, especially the macroeconomic regime. So my hypothesis is that I will show that the main responsible for, I wouldn't say that 40 years of stagnation, but at least of the 2 decades of stagnation in Brazil is due to a misleading macroeconomic regime, a misleading macroeconomic policy. The policy implication is that while, for example, for the neoclassical, industrial policy would be implemented basically by correcting market failures, a very narrow approach. The second argument, the nationalism argument for implementing industrial policy in a broad sense, is the infant industry argument that is appropriate for poor and underdeveloped countries that hasn't entered in a process of industrialization, like, for example, Brazil in the 40s, but not nowadays. Nowadays, the main argument for industrial policy in countries like Brazil are the neo-Schumpeterian technological gap argument. It's important to note that the nationalism argument for infant industry protection presupposes the existence of technological gap, but the argument of technological gap in developing countries not necessarily presuppose the use or the necessity of using the nationalism approach. Like several neo-Schumpeterians have emphasized theoretical, from the theoretical point of view, it's important that the country diversifies its productive structure and its export bracket. That's to say, do not specialize radically in a static Ricardian comparative advantage way. It's necessary to diversify. And second, by applying the so-called Thiry's law, the capacity of a south country, or the peripheral country, to convert it to north countries depends on the income elasticity of demand for export is over above the income elasticity of demand for imported. But in my point of view, contrary to several developmentalists, new developments say, it does not mean that a peripheral country or a large country like Brazil should engage in export-led growth. Export-led growth is not convenient to Brazil, because the main dynamic driver for development in Brazil is investment, Keynesian investment. The importance that we have income elasticity for exports above income elasticity of demand for import is that developing country needs to generate foreign exchange to pay for export. That's to say, it's the same that it's important that the country engages in a strategy of produced a current account surplus, not current account deficit, like did China, and avoid India and other Asian countries. But what kind of industrial policy? How say in Portuguese, falar é fácil, fazer é que são elas. The problem is not to find the theoretical argument for developmentalist policy. The problem is how to implement. In Brazil, for example, we haven't had very well way of implement very well designed industrial policy. But nowadays, I think that there's some rules, for example, avoid high import tariff protection, but it does not mean that we should operate with a free trade strategy, but it's needed that define very well which sectors are strategic for reindustrialization or development, so on, and establish tariffs basically necessary to equalize domestic price to foreign price, and use subsidies, subsidies especially to R&D, but also to disruptive technologies like to transit to a green technology and so on, and use it because they are accepted by multilateral institutions like local content, government purchase, and so on. But last but not the least, to harmonize industrial policy in broad sense with the macroeconomic regime. This is unsolvable, in my point of view, and this is the main point emphasized by Professor Brescia Pereira and other new developmentalists. The problem in Brazil is also the macroeconomic regime. By showing some evidence how Brazil has passed from a trajectory from catching up to falling behind, the first descriptive statistics, because before this, there is three, in this case, empirical, stylized fact on Brazil. The first one is the insistence of growing its external saving. Of course, it's also explained by the combination of a very tight macroeconomic regime that combines a very inflation target, rigid inflation target. Brazil, for example, contrary to several other, not developed, but developing countries that use inflation target, the main goal of inflation target in Brazil is price stability. After the central bank autonomy, the goal of reduce factor output gap and to reach full employment, so on, is a secondary goal. With a world of large capital movements, this reinforces the strategy of growing of external saving. For example, look at, for example, the so-called uncovered interest rate that says that the difference between domestic interest rate and foreign interest rate reflects the expectation of depreciation of the domestic currency plus a country risk country. Some consider that, for example, the country is stabilized, and the country is more or less like Brazil in 2004, 2005, with sound, relatively sound economic indicators, and inflation expectations increase. As the central bank put almost 100% of weight to bring inflation expectations to the target, they implement a cycle, not a punctual increase of interest rate, but a cycle of increasing, rising of interest rate, which increase the interest rate difference and attract excessive capital inflows that contributes to domestic currency appreciation in nominal real term. Of course, after some time, the inflation and perhaps expectation converge to the target, but we have an equilibrium. One of medium term, that is the current account deficit increase. And the other is the permanent effect of 5, 6, 7 years of overvaluation on the rate of expected profit. So the investment, domestic investment, is also negatively affected. That's to say, if in the meanwhile the country suffers a domestic or external shock, it is over as a capital flight, the domestic currency depreciates violently, which obliges the central bank to increase the interest rate again. That's to say, in the long run, we have neither price stability, neither, and the country tends to growth in a stop-and-go way. The second one is that, really, if you observe the red bar is the current account deficit as a proportion of GDP, and the blue line are the observed real exchange rate in Brazil. We clearly show a correlation of the real exchange rate above 100, it's undervaluation, with the current account, the result of the current account. And clear, we can say that by reinforcing the argument of Professor Bress, that indeed the correct is to engage in a strategy of growing with a current account surplus, which means that the country should avoid overvaluation of its domestic currency. And finally, we know that this is a observed real exchange rate calculated by the central bank based on the relative parity purchasing purchasing power, yes. But it's interesting to submit it to this real exchange rate observed to econometric evidence we did several times, and regressed. For example, the brown strong line is the observed real exchange rate, and the other lines, the red and the light brown, is the behavior of estimated real exchange rate in Brazil, regressing by structural, for example, the so-called Balassa-Sumner effect, productivity, and current account, and other conjunctural variables such as interest rate differential, and so on. We clearly show, especially after the 2004, a tendency, a long-term trend of overvaluation in Brazil. But of course, after the pandemics, this is not a solved problem. After the pandemics, the real exchange rate in Brazil overshooted, and now it's more or less near the equilibrium rate. But we have to remind that Brazil did not recover its capacity to grow yet. I don't know what will happen with such trend when the economic growth in Brazil is returned. Cada país colhe aquilo que planta. A gente colhe o que plantou. This is the economic policy that explains the results and not the country. So, descriptive statistic on falling behind, regressive specialization. The first one everybody knows, that there was a violent reprimarization of export basket in Brazil. On average, in the early 90s, the primary goods, agricultural goods, represent only 21% of total export. This increased to 45. If we add here the manufacturing sector, decomposed by resource-based, labor-intensive, scale, specialized, so high-tech goods. If we add to the primary goods, to industrial good, but resource-based good, we have altogether the so-called commodity sector. The commodity sector in Brazil represents 65% of the total export. This is clear structural Dutch disease in the Palma sense, in the sense defined by Professor Bresser Pereira. And the same, that the contrary happens with increased dependence of imported goods. So, see, this reflects each other, the previous, by applying the Balassa reviewed comparative advantage. If above 1 we have comparative static advantage, less than 1 we have no comparative. We basically have comparative advantage in aggregate term in commodities. That's to say, primary goods and resource-based industry. Okay, this is, I think, that the most contribution of recent papers written by Carmen, Eliane, and others. That is by applying the methodology of Macmillan and Roderick, who decompose the total productivity level into 2 components. The component within effect, that when productivity, for example, grows, due to, for example, the efforts introduced by the own sector. And the structural change effect that productive in the developing countries in a catching up trajectory are basically resulted from shift of resource from productive sector to productive sector. According to Roderick, the most both of them are important, but the most important for a developing country that has not reached the catching up yet, the high level of per capita income, are the structural change. We can say that we have between 1950 and 1979, with all microeconomic misallocation, with the problem of in the 70s, the debt, external debt, and so on, but we had in Brazil dynamic efficiency, despite static inefficiency from the microeconomic point of view. But from the macroeconomic point of view, we have dynamic, which, for example, in yearly terms, the productivity grew during this time for less 4.5% a year, a Chinese behavior. The total accumulated in almost 250, in which most of this result came from structural change. From the 90s on, the productive in yearly term is around 0, and Brazil lost prematurely capacity to produce structural change, and these structurally, for example, explain extenuation. But for demonstrate this, we regressed, following basic, finally, Roderick, Macmillan, Roderick, we regressed the structural, only the structural change component for the period after the stabilization. Because here, the low productivity and low growth in Brazil are largely explained by the problem of the so-called lost decade. The problem is after the stabilization. We say we regress the lack of structural change in Brazil on several. The only variable we change related to Macmillan and Roderick original paper is the first one. We regress. This is the expected sign the endogenous, the explained variable structural change. We regressed. The explanatory variables are first the share of low-skill labor in total employment. The higher, the less structural change. The trade-offs, the result is ambiguous. The share of primary export in total, the higher, the less structural change. The real interest rate, the higher, the lack of tolerance. That's it, stagnation. And the real exchange rate and the real exchange rate. The higher, the more undervalued, the more structural change. And import tariff, the result is ambiguous. It's important to emphasize that when I mean for real exchange rate, it's not an exchange rate that appreciate, depreciate, but a real exchange rate that as soon as it reach a competitive level, the central bank and other policy makes make effort to avoid a trend of the overvaluation again. But to do that, it's important to, among other things, to change the macroeconomic regime. This is the result of regressions. We ran several regressions because this, in the first one, was not significant, and the second one, the import tariff, was not significant. We take out, in all the regressions, in this order of magnitude, the first variable explained the lack of structural change. And the stagnation in Brazil is the real exchange rate overvaluation trend, followed by the share of primary export in total export, and the low trade openness. It's interesting because this is the argument for neoclassical economy. But the problem is that Brazil has low trade openness because trade openness is the sum of export plus import related to GDP. Because exported is low relative to GDP because we have no structure to change the export basket to goods with high income elasticity of demand in the long term. And imported related to GDP is low because there is no economic growth in Brazil, because imported procyclical. Okay, it's interesting because I read, João Saboia wrote a paper, an article, a small article in the Globo 2 days ago, and Saboia correlated by trying to explain the low productivity in Brazil. The most correlated of low productivity is with the investment. It's correct. But perhaps we cannot put investment here because we have multicollinearity problem, but we should take out, for example, real exchange rate and interest rate, because, of course, high real interest rate and overvaluation currency contributed, according to Professor Bress, a new developmentalist economist, contributed to low investment rate in Brazil and low innovation and so on. And the last Alcione, não deixa o samba morrer. The last evidence is on, by applying the theory law, we use the so-called strong version of theory law, that the capacity of Brazil to convert to real economy depends on, we run the calculated estimated income elasticity for Brazilian export and income. It's incredible because between 1980 to 1998, the income elasticity of demand for import has already above the income elasticity of demand for export, but after the 2000s, it's after Lula governments, basically Lula 1 and Lula 2, we deepened the dependence on commodities. I can't not accept this. The income elasticity of demand for Brazilian export exploded. And, of course, a gente colhe o que planta. If Brazil during the 80s, who had the capacity to grow compatible with a balanced payment equilibrium, more or less, almost 7% to world economy. It reduced this to less than 40%. That is a clearly falling behind trajectory, unfortunately. And we also, in another paper, but in this case, by applying not only the Tier law in the strong version, because the strong version presupposes that relative prices are constant over time. We also the so-called weak version. Now, it's interesting because we can, instead of estimating the numerator income elasticity of demand for export, we use the export growth, observe export growth related to estimated income elasticity of the. I think that it's very interesting, this version, because it permits to compare the potential capacity of a country grow, preserving its balance for payment with this observed growth. We show that only India and China are countries in clear catching up trajectory, because they have been able to, in case of India, to grow more or less 103% above the average of world economy, and China 272 above the world economy. And it's interesting that while these countries, the estimated growth, the observed was less than estimated growth. In the case of Brazil, for example, grew above the estimated rate compared with preserving the balance for payment. By concluding, while a country keeps a state of which called immaturity in its productive structure, development must continue to be driven by structural change. This is not the case of Brazil, in which resources, especially, shift from agriculture to manufacturing, and we could say nowadays also to segments of high-tech or medium-tech, but it's not the case of Brazil, because most of our service sector are traditional, of low productivity. No matter if exactly what it says, has gone to the service sector. It's important that the service sector continue establishing dynamic feedbacks with manufacturing sector, like the case, for example, in India, that has shifted its exported basket in the last 15 years, especially industrial goods. Development never comes from free trade, laissez-faire engagement. It's necessary, very finally, government intervention with industrial policy in a systemic way, but coordinated with the macroeconomic regime. Everybody asked me, but how coordinated? It's not the central bank I think that is more a political and cultural problem than, it's not the president of central bank to talk with the Minister of Finance, but it's when the central bank implements, for example, monetary policy, or implements, there's no exchange rate policy in Brazil, it also think that it's important to preserve price stability, but, for example, recurrent high interest rate have, as Keynes emphasized several times, permanent effect on the long-term growth of the countries. And finally, Brazil is a case, unfortunately, finally behind. The trajectory and empirical results suggest that misleading economic policy factors, misleading macroeconomic policies are the most responsible for that. So I think that it's very, very well received the effort of new developmentalists to try to integrate the macroeconomic theory and macroeconomic policy to the theory of development. Thank you.
We are going to open the questions after everyone, so please, Carmen, the floor is yours.
Eu vou falar lá.
This one, era PDF ou era PowerPoint?
É PowerPoint.
Tá, então acho que é esse aqui.
Ah, esse
Esse
mesmo.
aqui, né?
Tá ótimo. Beleza.
Você quer o controlinho ou você mexe aqui?
Deixa
Tem o
aqui.
controle ou passando aqui?
Ah, passou aí, então.
Então,
Eu sou muito primária. Aqui. So thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here in the workshop. I moved here. Ah, yes. So I think that my presentation, I hope, to complement a lot with the André Nassif and also with the first speech of the class of Professor Bresser. But I will bring, I think, the others had not spoke much, is about the climate transition. I think that's a subject that I'm starting to introduce now in my interpretation about what can happen with the Brazilian economy. I'm still very at the beginning, but I think that we all should be very concerned about that. So again, thank you very much for the invitation. I will present a summary of my presentation. I will first argue that the slowdown of the Brazilian economy in the last 4 decades is deeply explained by the industrialization process that has been discussed by André. It is one of the most severe in the world. And my interpretation is that this accelerated process of the industrialization is deeply connected with the financialization process of the Brazilian economy. And this process has accelerated after economic opening in mid-90s. So André brought the idea that we are falling behind. It's clearly after during the 2000s. I think that comes with the economic opening process, and this, what I will try to explain very briefly, is the financialization process. I will briefly then present the evolution of the Brazilian economy since the 2000s, and I will bring very simple statistics, descriptive statistics, and finally I will bring a view about the policy space that we have to reindustrialize the country. That would be something desirable for us to try to catch up, but I'm very pessimist about that. So, moving, financialization, as I see, defines actually the modus operandi of the global economy. But financialization on the periphery of the capitalism has different characteristics and drivers than those observed in central economies. And the main distinctive feature is the importance of the international dimension in explaining financialization. This dimension is characterized by the subordinated position of peripheral economies in the international monetary financial system. And this restricts the policy space. So part of the discussion with André Nassif's previous presentation, I think we can bring to that aspect that we are in a subordinate position, we are integrated financially in the global economy, but in a subordinate position, and that's what restricts our policy space. So that's on one hand. So, and also make these economies in general more vulnerable to external financial and trade shocks on the other. So the Brazilian economy is, in my view, an example of a peripheral economy, financially integrated, in an asymmetrical monetary financial world that has lost its capacity to implement pro-growth, pro-development policies, and advance, of course, in the industrialization process to catch up with developed economies. So that's a synthesis of my interpretation. And I will briefly explain the peripheral financialization with two characteristics. So peripheral economies that are financially integrated are business cycle takers. I think that's expression I took from Ocampo. This means that during the upward phase of the international liquidity cycle, agents' optimisms reflect in their increased appetite for risk. So they will allocate their portfolio to assets with low international liquidity and high risks. Of course, when expectations change and uncertainty increases, and the liquidity cycle is reversed, the peripheral currencies, and of course all the assets that are denominated on them, are subject to the fight for quality, independent despite of the macroeconomic fundamentals. So that's a brief description of the international financial cycle and as subordinate economies receive it. Also, the subordinate position of peripheral economies implies that monetary policy autonomy is reduced because interest rates might be used to mitigate exchange rate volatility, which is a result of the pro-cyclical dynamics of capital flows to the periphery. So the autonomy to set the interest rate to control aggregate demand is constrained, since monetary authority may be prone, of course, to accommodate changes in the direction of capital flows using the interest rate differential, or in turn, the systematic increase in the interest rate differential represents an additional incentive to sustain the excessive flow of capital to the finance of the current account. I think that was well explained by André when he showed that little model, how the flow, capital flow, it works driven by this interest rate differential. So contrary to the conventional wisdom, peripheral developing economy subordination to the international liquidity cycle largely explains the connection between monetary policy and exchange rate movements in the short term. Furthermore, under inflation target regime, domestic interest rates should increase if inflation expectations increase. The increase in the interest rate differential, of course, attracts foreign capital, and exchange rate appreciation is expected, which on its turn would help to cool off inflation pressures. So we have lots of incentives to keep the interest rate one more higher. So now we can now make sum up the consequence of keeping a high level of real interest rates, either to control inflation or to attract capital, imply, of course, a non-competitive real exchange rate that leads to a low growth performance. And here I want to make the connection then between financialization of peripheral developing economies and structural change that might result in a regression in terms of the technological advances instead of movement towards more sophisticated, diversified, complex, productive matrix. Structural change implies heavy investment in capital formation, and so the subordinate insertion of peripheral developing economies in international monetary financial markets do not provide actually such conditions once their economic policy autonomy is limited and the procyclical character of capital flows enhance their external vulnerability. So coming now to the Brazilian economy, just a first presentation. So we have here the real GDP index number and compare with the manufacturing value added. And you can see clearly that the stagnation of the Brazilian economy, it's deeply related to the financialization process that discourages productive investment, mainly in non-commodity tradables. So this slide, with this evolution of GDP compared with GDP of manufacturing sector, shows that after 2015-2016 recession, and Professor Bresser mentioned that, it took 7 years for GDP to reach the 2014 level. That's the black line. And this is a clear indication of the loss of dynamism of the Brazilian economy. This loss of dynamism is partially, at least, explained to the industrialization process, and we can see that with the difference of the evolution of the two curves. So the recent years, so look at the back at the end of the series, show that the GDP trajectory does not follow manufacturing growth. That's the dotted line. The bottom statistics just show that the GDP per capita that grew at an average of 4.7% a year from 61 to 80, grew only 0.8% from 1981 onwards. And that's half of the world average, much below, of course, the emerging Asian countries. So here, in this slide, I will show the evolution of the Brazilian economy, basically using the balance of institutional sectors as a share of GDP from the national accounts. So I take this since 2000. So I will follow the following interpretation that based on Ocampo. He argues that semi-industrialized developing economies exhibit a strong positive correlation between the external and the private sectors' financial balances. This means that the external sector's behavior is dominant in explaining how the private sector reacts to the external restrictions and the room for maneuver that the government sector has to intervene with countercyclical policies. So in his interpretation, and he compares this sort of statistics with several countries, in his interpretation, in semi-industrialized economies, the domestic sector, that means the private and government, adjusts to the financial behavior of the external sector. And if you look for this slide with the data from the Brazilian economy, you can see that the black line is the external balance, the red line, the government balance, and the blue line is the private sector balance. And we can see two inflection points in 2008 and 2014. And they register the worsening of the external balance and so the narrowing of the policy space. So between 2000 and 2008, the Brazilian economy was in the upward phase of the economic cycle, when the external sector, that's the black line, from 2002 on, showed a consistent improvement in the current accounts due to the growing demand of exports and the price of commodities. The period of external bonanza is reflecting the combination of a private sector surplus, that's the blue line, and a relative low deficit in the government sector, that's the red line. So, but this period of higher dynamism was short-lived because the 2008 international financial crisis changed dramatically the foreign economic context and made policy space much narrower and turned the economy more vulnerable to external shocks. So the years between 2008 and 2014 are characterized by a deterioration of the current account balance and by a drop in the financial surplus of the private sector. Actually, it became a deficit in some periods. Also, it's observed an attempt to reduce, so it coincides with an attempt to reduce the deficit of the government. And indeed, it fell a little bit. A third period, that's after 2015, the government sector's financial deficit jumps to over 7% of GDP, while the private sector then responds and presents a surplus and returns then to the average of 5% of GDP. But actually, since 2010, as you have the black line, negative, consistently negative, the Brazilian has stagnated. So to complement this information, so after 2008, and here you have the share of public and total investment in relation to GDP, what we see that after 2008 international financial crisis, the Brazilian economic cycle entering the descending phase, and since 2013, the investment rate has been declining. That's the black line, following the decline in public investment, that's the dotted line. So this slide also shows the high correlation between public and private investment. Just to illustrate a little bit more, this slide is with the BNDES disbursements in relation to GDP. And this evolution also is pretty clear that the National Development Bank disbursement illustrates the difficulty in resuming investment in capital formation, mainly in non-commodity tradables. So disbursement have been falling into 2010. Another illustration. So as a result of the declining investment rates, the productive structure is moving towards the natural vocation of the country, that is, as a commodity producer. So this slide shows the weight loss of manufacturing industry in total value added. The manufacturing is the orange bar, which in 2022 contributes almost the same as the sectors intensive in natural resources. Agriculture and mining sectors have more than doubled their participation since 1995. So also the specialization of the Brazilian economy in mineral and agricultural commodities is also reflecting the export baskets where they predominate. So in this scenario, that reindustrialization is perceived as a way to resume growth. And the actual government has brought a proposal to reindustrialization under the name of neo-industrialization, which in broad terms means that the modernization of Brazilian industrial park, incorporating sectors and activities of greater technological complexity, and guaranteeing a sustainable green transition process that allows structural change in the economy and better job creation. That's what it is intends. However, we should consider that the specialization in mineral and agricultural commodities challenge the resumption of growth because disasters induced by climate change have significant repercussions on exporting agriculture and mineral commodities. Climate vulnerability increases the physical risks arising from disasters associated with climate events. And besides, climate crisis can accentuate cyclical fluctuations, and by increasing the risk perception by international investors on balance of payment difficulties, make resumption of growth slower and, of course, more financially costly. So I'm coming to the end. So also, then we should add that policy space restrictions resulting from the subordinate integration in the international monetary and financial system. So this adds to this difficulty in resuming growth. This subordination implies the predominance of the external sector performance to create policy space for counter-cyclical macroeconomic policy. Also, restrictions created by abundant natural resources reinforce specialization in producing mineral and agricultural commodities and led to an uncompetitive exchange rate. Of course, an uncompetitive exchange rate for a long period implies poorly diversified production structures and leaves little room for maneuver for implementing pro-growth policies. A fresh breath to the discussion about economic development was brought by the government in the ecological transformation plan that's for the next 3.5 years. It intends to, it's an ambitious plan, organizing several axes with large-scale measures, creation of the carbon market, promoting low-carbon agriculture, and the taxonomy, a new taxonomy, a financial taxonomy will be released soon. So lots of movements looking at the reindustrialization, but it relies a great deal on this new fiscal rule, which aims to create a fiscal space to resume public investment, but depends mainly on improvement in the increase in tax recipes. So, reinforcing what André has brought, that we are still working with a very conservative macroeconomic framework, regime, as he says. So, this new fiscal rule is being proposed while maintaining the excessive focus on monetary stability. So, to conclude, in a word, I agree with the point that André brought, that this conservative management of short-term policy does not actually consider the long-term benefits of a green industrialization to the economy. And actually, it reinforces, in my view, this financialization process. So productive investment, that's the key variable, is not stimulated, and GDP growth rates are kept very relatively low. So, and a final word is about new trade patterns and increasing demand for critical minerals that I learned from the workshop, recent workshop I went to Berlin. So could be an opportunity for the Brazilian economy. However, without a move towards more flexible management of short-term macroeconomic policy, stimulating public and private investment, and increasing the economy's growth potential, the risks of an increased extractivism is very high due to a long trajectory of subordination of the economy in the international financial market and not neutralizing the Dutch disease. So actually, this opportunity could be mean another lost decade. So that's all. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Carmen. Please, Danilo. Yes.
Thank you. Tá aqui já? Opa, onde é que tá?
Será que é essa daqui, talvez?
Essa daqui, isso mesmo.
Tem um controlinho. se
O
quiser.
controlinho. Falar daqui mesmo. Que... Well, thank you very much. I would like to first thanks to Nelson, Thiago, Professor Bresser for the invitation. It's a pleasure and it's an honor to be here sharing this meeting with such great researchers and people that I've admired for a long time. So thanks for the opportunity. And what I'd like to present today is based on long research that I've been doing since my master's, actually. And now I'm working in Birmingham for a couple of years in the UK. I'm also working with Fiona in some projects in the University of Johannesburg, and also at UNU Merit in the Netherlands, where I did my PhD. So I'd like to present some ideas and some of my part of my research focus on at some particular topics, and many of the things actually were already mentioned by André, by Carmen, also by Professor Bresser, of course. And I'd like to bring a little bit to the discussion. The theoretical background that I'd like to present is based on three main pillars that are directly associated with new developmentalists. The first one is the classic Latin American structuralism. Focus on the center periphery, the idea that you have a center that actually generates technology and is capable of bringing the forefront, the cutting edge of what is being done today in terms of production processes, and a periphery that, besides in some particular sectors is still capable of being in the cutting edge technologies, it is quite fall behind. And it specializes very much in developing and in natural resources and low value added products. So that creates a pattern of an even pattern in which technology is split between what's being done in the global north and the absorptive capacity that maybe some countries in the global south can have to absorb part of this technology and adapt to its needs. So the Latin American structuralism in the Praeb-Singer hypothesis since the 1950s have been discussed, the idea of long-term deterioration in terms of trade based on this pattern of specialization in primary commodities and the fact that products matter, products are different, products have different income elasticity of demand. It's not that products are homogeneous and can be understood in terms of static comparative advantages, as Andrea mentioned in his presentation. On the macroeconomic side, I'll bring the post-Keynesian ideas. So the relevance of demand, the relevance of the fact that we have fallacy of composition, in which the pure microeconomic behavior of rational optimizing agents is not the framework we should follow in order to properly understand the behavior of our economic system. So the role of government intervention then becomes important, not only because it can solve market failures, but actually it has two important elements. One of stabilizing the cycles and the instabilities that can be led by the market structures. And the second, also linked by Latin American structuralism, is the idea of a developmental state that can bring development forward and foster the idea of generating growth and improvements in income distribution and possibilities of increase in the pattern of living of our societies. And the third pillar is focused on a macroeconomic theory that is dynamic, and the idea of neo-Schumpeterianism, of evolutionary economics, is the fact that the agents, instead of looking at them as maximizing agents, we have to look at them dynamically on their interest of looking at how economies advance caused by these disruptions generated by the role of innovations. So the idea of evolutionary economics, in the sense that innovation plays a central role in generating disruptions and pervasive positive effects that can increase and lead the development pattern of our societies. So in that sense, the microeconomics of neo-Schumpeterian perspective needs to focus on the ideas of role of innovation, the absorptive capacity, entrepreneurship, technological progress, and those as, from the supply side, are drivers of economic growth and structural change. So those three pillars are what I want to bring here. And first, because I was asked to talk about the challenge for Latin American economies, why not bring some of the things that have been discussed in the literature? And those are just ideas and things that are quite well established, but it's important for us to enumerate. So the idea that, well, of course, some of the references I have here are more recent than the basic references. It's not new ideas, but many of them are actually here for a long time. But one, which it goes very much in line with everything that had been discussed until now, we are in a pattern of economic specialization in production and export of products with very low value added. So we are going to a regressive pattern of concentration of our exports on commodities, which ends up generating a problem of that very much goes in line with the idea of the decline in terms of trade. Also, the second point is premature deindustrialization. I mean, Fiona and Antonio has been working on that, and that is the work of Gabriel Palma, also the works of Roderick. The idea that we are deindustrializing without properly finishing our industrialization pattern. So we are mainly moving from primary activities or low-tech activities in agriculture directly to services, and also low-tech activities in services. So the premature deindustrialization is a problem that we have been looking at in many middle-income countries that is trapped, that generates a development trap. So that's why the challenges are also on development traps. Also, the lack of endogenous mechanisms to stimulate economic diversification. And as Professor Bresser discusses the point of Dutch disease, actually the stimulus is on the contrary, is an opposite side. It's actually to foster a process of specialization. Those are the incentives that the economy has to at this point. So instead of, and it links also to the idea of premature deindustrialization. So the Dutch disease is there, it is a big problem, and unless you neutralize the Dutch disease, we are still trapped in this process of development trap. And what are the real costs of external constraints, right? Have been discussing that for a while. Also, in the neo-Schumpeterian side, the idea of there's a lack of technological capabilities and lack of learning conditions. Because the idea is that we don't need to reinvent the wheel, of course. I mean, we don't need to basically try to do what everything the Global North has been doing and catch up with them, learning how to do cars from the 1960s. We need to catch up in the sense that we need to absorb what is being done in the frontier and be able to adapt to our needs, to the scale of our markets, to the needs that our society has. So the idea of these learning conditions are fundamental for us to understand the role that we're thinking right now. Then we have the idea that we still suffer a high technological gap between the periphery and the center in the international economic system. And this is linked also to the problem of modern and traditional sectors. So the fact that we still have a strong structural heterogeneity in developing economies that relies very much on informal activities and traditional activities, even if those traditional activities are in services or not necessarily like on agriculture as in the basic Lewis model it was in the past. Also, of course, the central role of the external sector. So Andres spoke about the furrow law, and it brings back the idea that if we grow above the capacities of our economy to be in line with what happens in the external sector, we end up reaching stop and goes. So chicken flights, as we say in Portuguese. So the fact that we start growing and then we reach an external crisis, we go back again. By the fact that especially our imports depend on our domestic growth, while as exports depend on foreign growth. So if domestically we grow too fast, our imports will require a lot of foreign currency. We are lower in the currency hierarchy, so we end up reaching the point of balance of payments constraints. Also, the idea that income elasticity of imports and exports define the long-term economic growth rate, which is something that tries to link directly the technological capacity, diversification, with the imports, with the income elasticity of demand for exports and imports, okay, so which is what ends up defining the furrow law. So I want to talk about three problems, and then I will try to consolidate all of them into a Caldorian regime, which is a paper that I've written with Gabriel Porcilli a couple years ago, and hope can convince somehow that those problems are particularly important. So the first one is the fact that Latin America, and not only Latin America, we can get Central Asia, we can get Africa. Usually, those developing economies, they suffer from much higher level of volatility. Even if the average growth rate we can have here, I put two economies because the first time I presented this graph was for Guyana. So if you get the growth rate of Guyana and compare it with the growth rate of Norway, two economies that rely very much on the exports of natural resources, you see that while on average you can even say that the growth rate can be comparable, in terms of standard deviation, you very clearly observe that there is a much higher volatility in Guyana when compared to Norway. And this is true for Guyana, it's true for Venezuela, it's true for Brazil, it's true for Argentina, it's true for Chile, it's true for most Latin American economies. The level of volatility is much, much, much higher than what we can see in Europe. Of course, post-war, very high growth in Europe, we can have higher volatility. But since it stabilized in the 60s, what we see is mainly this much larger pattern of volatility when compared to the developed countries. So, what are the problems then of volatility? Well, it's that volatility affects growth. Being higher volatility will generate increases in uncertainty, and we are back to the Keynesian and post-Keynesian idea. Uncertainty is a problem because uncertainty increases the opportunity cost of making investments. If investment is actually what leads forward the process of economic growth, if we don't have those a stable pattern to guarantee that private and public agents will be able to enter and generate higher levels of investment, we end up with a much lower, and I'm talking about investment, not only capital investment and not the physical capital, but also R&D, because I mean, we're talking about innovation as one of the main patterns of economic growth. So if we need to increase the capacity of growth, we need to increase the capacity of innovating and absorbing that innovation. So the uncertainty will end up leading to problems in terms of the horizon for investments, and also problems that we ourselves observe very clearly in Brazil, for instance. I mean, I see Edgar is here. Edgar was my teacher in Campinas when I did my undergrad, and in Campinas it's a very nice university. But there was during the period of boom, there were some buildings that started being built at that time. The thing is, the crisis came, and those buildings are still abandoned until today. And this is a problem of volatility. Once we have volatile economic growth, we can have processes that start being possible to develop in the beginning, but those are sharply constrained by the instability of our economic at a certain point. So how can we get long-term economic growth and generate a very large possibility of creating a modern economy if we are still always trying to struggle the fact that we are under a lot of uncertainty, a lot of volatility? And instability is not only about investment, it's also about external accounts. It's relevant for developing countries when they want to virtually catching up to modernize their economic structure. And one way of modernizing it is by importing capital goods and importing cutting-edge capital goods, because, I mean, we don't produce the capital goods that are on the forefront, so we need to import those. In case we have an instability of capital account that will allow us to modernize our capital goods sector, we're going to suffer from this instability, okay? And instability also generates problems in terms of real exchange rate. Because we talk about real exchange rate and totally for the idea of industrial competitive exchange rate, but it needs to be stable. It cannot be a competitive exchange rate that takes like 2-3 years and then we are back to, I mean, it is about stability of an exchange rate that can maintain itself at a certain value. So increasing oscillations in exchange rate raises uncertainty, which generate higher arbitration and speculation, pro-cyclical patterns that will end up deepening the crisis. But again, the problem may not be on the crisis, and that's something that André was telling very well. The problem may be in the boom. It might be that the boom creates the conditions for us to specialize even further our economies because of the problems related to the exchange rate, the specialization of the production pattern. And the crisis is where the phenomena are seen very clearly, but the roots might be developed in the previous before. So the boom might be the problem. Some other problems with volatility coming from the post-Keynesian view. Uncertainty affects consumption. So precautionary savings. When I don't know if I'm going to get a job next year, I won't buy because it's better to avoid. And of course, it ends up affecting very much the possibilities of generating a more stable business, less sharp business cycle. And increased uncertainty affect economics agents' defense by protecting their markup. So if we have a lot of uncertainty, that's what I'm living in the UK, and in the UK there's exactly the problems going on right now. There are uncertainties, so what they do, they raise prices. Because they don't know what's going to happen, they want to protect their markup. So you raise prices, you have inflationary mechanism, and just try to protect your, and then of course the profit rate of those companies increase sharply, but it's kind of justified by this basic precautionary, this kind of defensive mechanism. Of course, Caldor Verdorn, falling investment, reduction in productivity. So if learning by doing is one of the fundamental aspects of increasing productivity, if we don't do, we don't learn. And then basically it ends up affecting the possibility of rising productivity. And stability is also this requirement for learning. So if you want to learn, we need to try. If we want to try, we need to fail and be able to try again. So if we don't have this possibility of constantly trying, we end up reaching the point in which any kind of attempt end up being lost. So even negative results are not being able to result in something positive. Which goes back to the idea of hysteresis. So what is the idea of hysteresis? It's the idea that it's easier to destroy a sandcastle. Let's think about you're in the beach and there's a sandcastle. You make the sandcastle. It takes you 3 hours to make that sandcastle, and it takes you 5 seconds to destroy it. Okay, so it's very hard to build, but it's very easy to lose. So building the capabilities is extremely hard, but losing them is very quick. And because the initial conditions are in the problem is in the end, and that's what I want to bring by here. The periods of boom, instead of actually being positive, they end up reinforcing the negative side. And the periods of bust will, even when they are, as we are right now, with a very strongly undervalued exchange rate, they are not strong enough to recreate the capacity that was lost in the periods of boom. So in the end, we end up reaching a period of hysteresis. It keeps going down, okay? So the second element is economic structure. This goes very much in line with André was talking about. He said like 65% are commodities, right, on Brazilian exports. 60, around 65. Yeah. And we can look, 65. And we see here that what they are. I mean, looking at, sorry, they are a bit small, but on the Observatory of Economic Complexity, you can see that most are iron ore, soybeans, raw sugar, crude petroleum. We all, as Brazilians, know that. But we see that the pattern of exports and imports is extremely concentrated. If we look at our exports are very concentrated on commodities. Meanwhile, our imports are all blue and pink and purple. Sorry, I'm colorblind. So, but they are like kind of very much diversified in terms of our imports and extremely concentrated in terms of our exports in this commodity low-value goods. So we see that it is a particular situation in which the income elasticity ratio, exports and imports, ends up leading to a low period. And who are our partners? Well, China, of course. They are the ones that are buying most of the soybeans and iron ore to foster their process of industrialization. The United States and Argentina, Chile, but let's see now, right, in the next years what's going to happen. So the idea then is come back to the income elasticity of demand that was discussed here. The idea is simple. I mean, the world gets richer because the world grows. If the world grows, what kinds of products people are more willing to consume? Okay? If they are more willing to consume the products that I produce, then my income elasticity of exports will go up. Okay? They'll have a higher income elasticity of exports. If as the world gets richer, they don't want to consume my products relatively to the others, then that will go down. So if then the answer depends on many different elements, but like technology paradigms, degree of diversification of an economy, of course. And we know that low-tech and natural resource tend, and it is a tendency, to have a smaller income elasticity of demand in the long run. Why I say that is a tendency, why do I say in the long run? Because there are a lot of discussions in the 2010s saying that actually because of the increase of commodity prices, actually this was not true, okay? Because China has been growing quite substantially during the 2010s, and that fostered a strong process of industrialization that demanded a lot of natural resources. And the prices of those natural resources went up, also because of financialization and other elements. And because of those, we ended up looking at a period in time in which the idea of decline of terms of trade were reversed, okay? But then, if we look at a long-term perspective, and that's with the people in CEPAL been looking at, we still see the idea of a decline, okay? But this is one of the other problems, like what kinds of products do I make, impact of how much can I grow. So the sectoral composition, so we are structuralists in the sense that the sectoral composition define the pattern of interaction with the international dynamics. And we have the idea that we can't look at simply what was done before by dividing agriculture and industry, but actually look at modern and traditional sectors. So what are traditional? Well, especially in the service sectors, because it's very easy to consolidate and talk about the service sector as one only thing. But we are actually comparing someone selling candies on the street with someone making ICT in Silicon Valley or AI. So those are two completely different types of type of productive activities, but because of the way we aggregate in the service sector, we end up looking at them at the same time. So what is recommended in the literature, I think there's this work by Alejandro Lavopa and Adam Zirmay, the idea of trying to look things at modern and traditional, and also the role of informality in our economies that are very much important, especially to look at the traditional sectors. Second element, third element, the balance of payments constraint. Go back to, it's a tribute also to Professor Furwell that passed away, I think, 2 weeks ago, right? And he's been extremely important in discussing the idea, he was the first chapter, the first article was on balance of payments constraint in 1979 on the PSL review. And it is an idea that we ourselves as structuralists took also to us. I think Otávio Rodrigues used to have the article that actually came before Furwell, but discussed this in more like philosophical terms, and then Furwell managed to model it. So the idea is that growth is then constrained by external conditions, and this is particularly important for us in the developing countries that have been going through process of stop and goes. The balance of payment constraint model, it states, as André showed in his presentation on the Thorough Law, that countries cannot grow in the long run at a higher rate than the growth rate compatible with the stability of the balance of payments. Okay, so considering the growth of the foreign country, of the rest of the world, we can only grow at a certain pattern that is compatible for us to not have an over importation that will end up leading to a currency crisis and balance of payments crisis. And actually there is this view by José Antonio Campo, and actually he presented this here in this room, I remember 10 years ago when I came for Laporte, and he was talking about the balance of payments dominance. So it's not a short-term, it's not a long-term mechanism only, it's actually a short-term. If we have a deficit in the short term, 2 years of deficit, we already need to start thinking about readjusting the economy. Is not only about the long-term growth rates. So, just to show, this is the balance of payments constraint model. Very simple, very simple. I know that the equations are ugly, but exports depends on foreign growth and a real exchange rate, given certain elasticities. Imports depends on real exchange rate as well, but domestic growth. So when we have the growth rate of exports, we need to take into account the growth rate of the foreign economy, and we are looking at the growth rate of our imports. We need to look at the growth rate of domestic economy. We grow more, we demand more, we import more. Very simple idea. The idea is that in the long run, the growth rate of exports need to be compatible with the growth rate of imports. Of course, we have financial flows. So if we look at those financial flows, we enter then it's a very ugly equation. That is the short run furrow model. But once we consider that in the long run, the price effects are negligible, so we can't keep depreciating for our whole lives, you need to have some stability, we end up leading to the furrow law that says that the growth rate of our economy, this is a strong version, the growth rate of compatible with balance of payments depends on the income elasticity ratio, which is linked to diversification, which is linked to technological patterns, and the growth rate of the foreign economy. Of course, and I will talk, Professor Bress, I'll talk about the real exchange rate, because the idea of hysteresis is exactly that the real exchange rate will affect this, okay? Because the idea is that the hysteresis is exactly this point. I mean, it's not only about looking at the long term. You have to look what happens in the trajectory, and the trajectory matters, and the trajectory can affect what happens in the long run. So the real exchange rate and growth in the balance of payments constrained growth model is something that we need to think about. So Furrow says that in the long run, the real exchange rate should be stable, and then the change in the real exchange rate should be zero. But the transitional dynamics matter, and they play a role. And I'm going to talk about this in a bit. So I have 10 minutes. I'll go very fast because I have the Caldorian model. This is a model that we discussed with Gabriel Porcilli. We have this paper on the PSL, and something that we're submitting right now to the CJE. And the idea that there are three rates of growth. One compatible with, that's Caldor. Caldor had two regimes, supply and demand. So we have the supply, in which the growth rate of the supply side needs to be compatible with the growth of population and with the growth of productivity. We have the demand side that depends on spending, so absorption, consumption, investment, and government domestic spending, and the foreign spending, so exports and imports. And the balance of payments constraint, which is a third regime. So we have supply, demand, and then we add the third regime, which is the balance of payments constraint regime. So we need to guarantee that the economy is capable of linking supply, demand, and the balance of payments in a way that it doesn't reach a constraint. Because you can have a supply constraint, a demand constraint, a balance of payment constraint. Right now, we're discussing one, and I'm in the same situation as Kami. I'm just starting to learn about environmental issues. So we are actually adding the environmental constraint as the fourth constraint on growth rates, because then it's extremely important to consider that. But if you consider only those three, we see that how the domestic economy then, the demand, will end up adjusting to the balance of payments. Well, through spending. So if we reach a balance of payment constraints, what we do, we cut spending, which is a terrible way of doing, but this is how it has been done in the previous years. Every time there is a foreign currency crisis, and the adjustment of the supply rate to the demand rate goes through employment. So we can have unemployment, and unemployment will adjust supply and demand. Okay, so supply and demand, employment. Demand and external sector is adjusted by autonomous spending. And what is another thing that's particularly important, I think this is where our contribution goes, because it links the Schumpeterian side, is the idea that this income elasticity ratio, this pattern of diversification of the economy, also depends on the technological gap. Okay, so the technological gap plays a fundamental role, and it depends, this gap needs to be linked somehow to the absorptive capacity of developing countries. Okay, so if you don't have the absorptive capacity, which is linked to the formation of a national innovation system, it's not possible to link those three. So the idea then is that the technological gap co-evolves with the pattern of specialization and employment rate. So the sides of supply and demand interact by shaping the effective growth rate and the natural growth rate. So we see that spending matters, but also the conditions of the technological pattern that we have in our society plays a central role in the possibilities of growth. And the technological gap depends on the technological capacity growth of the North and the technological growth of the South. And the South has this catching up kind of possibility. So if you're further away from the North, you can learn faster, right? Because you have nothing and the North has everything, there's opportunities to learn. However, if you don't have the minimum capacity to learn, instead of learning, actually you fall behind. So this is the idea of catching up and falling behind that has been discussed very much in the Schumpeterian theory. And we can link the technological capacities of the South to the innovation system that can be somehow conditions in this equation, the caldo verdorn, that is the possibility of growing, affecting the possibilities of generating improvements in productivity, and the diversification. So diversification, technological capacity, innovation systems, and growth, caldo verdor, okay, employment. And learning to learn then play a central role, okay? So it's not only about doing things, but learning what's being done abroad and try to bring back to what we're doing now. So in this idea, what I wanted to contribute somehow is to kind of bringing a bit of this supply side dynamics to the discussion as well. And finally, the hysteresis. I promised to finish in 5 minutes, less than that. The idea of hysteresis is that there is this deep path dependence. Setterfield and Cornwall discussed that. Parameters change as the economy moves towards its long-run equilibrium. So we need to check the transition. And the transition pattern plays a role in defining the long-term equilibrium. Why do I say that? Because then what we can have is hysteresis. And what is hysteresis? Here there are two very ugly equations. The first one shows what happens when the real exchange rate appreciates, and the second one when the real exchange rate depreciates. And we see that when there is this depreciation, there are possibilities of growth and generating improvements in our income elasticity. Okay, so we can diversify and we can reach a better standard of structure in our economy by diversifying. But you see that the inertial forces to lose that when the exchange rate gets appreciated are much lower, which means that it's hard to build, it's easy to lose. So it's very hard to build a strong system, but it's very easy to lose that capacity. It's very easy to go back to regressive specialization as we've been looking here. It's the easy way out, and it's not a way out that is consistent with development strategy that we look at, how we would like to look at. Okay, so then we have this idea that there are cycles. There are cycles in terms of the exchange rate, and those cycles, because the way the volatility patterns, they end up resulting in concentration in some kind of activity. So the incentives are against diversification, but actually for concentration. So just to conclude, I want to thank again. Important challenge to development that we have right now. We have weak structures, we have volatility, we have immature systems of innovation, external constraints, we have the Dutch disease, all of those issues that are fundamental. And the necessity, and that's why I think neo-developmentalist is so important, to bring more research in this field, to bring perspectives from this peripheral lagged economy, understanding the process of how we fit in the international dynamics and how actually that affects directly the possibilities of growth and development. And I want to thank so much for the invitation again. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
That's for questions.
Okay, I think that I heard 3 excellent presentations. I learned a lot. I saw one thing that I'm not very happy, because I really am not a very fan of the Schumpeterian approach. Not because I think that's wrong. It's because I think it's obvious, you know, that technical progress is necessary. It's good. The good part of it is the learning gap and the importance of learning, of technical teaching, this kind of things. They are also obvious, but it's okay. Now, what really interests me is that you spoke a lot of things about the foreign constraint, or about the how in the Tyrol system is the balance of payment constraint. No? When I hear you speaking of this, I conclude that the most important economist that was here, just once, very little is cited, but he was the most relevant of all the economists here, was Mr. Raul Prebisch. He was a great economist. And his ideas, because he had a few ideas that moved, changed the world. And one was the foreign constraint. The Tyrol law is, the Tyrol model is just and very interesting, very important, I think, formalization of the Tyrol. On the other hand, I realized that you speak a lot of the foreign constraint. I think that's is really important, and but I always think that I don't speak too much of it because I think that is a given. As a given depends on the level of development of the country and how is this relation between the forms of consumption that they have. And for developing countries, it is a constraint. And for the rich countries, it's a help, a stimulus. This is a constraint. So we cannot make much about this. Well, perhaps we can, but I never think about that much, about how we can actuate directly in this area. What I think very interesting is that André, in his research, he showed that the elasticity of demand for manufactured goods in Brazil or in Latin America, I think it was Brazil, increased very much. I had not thought a very interesting thing. Now, everything I'm saying all this because those are considerations, but then I'm going to come to my question. That's also my doubt because it's not what I know, what I want to know. No? Is that I began to hear you speaking so much about the exchange rate and so much about the foreign constraint. And I began to think they are the same thing. Why the same thing? They are not the same thing, obviously. They are different things. But the consequence of actually is a way or another approaching the same problem that are perfectly consistent one with the other. I'm advancing and responding already, but please, I want your opinion about that. Because when you speak of foreign constraint, you are speaking that this makes the country non-competitive. When you speak of exchange rate, you are speaking also that the country may not be competitive. And what matters really in this game is if the country is competitive or not. And Reggie says that the sport-led is not important. I agree with you, but I want to make also a comment about this. Because I liked very much one idea that you said about this. But this is an exception to my to this question that I made you. But I want to finish with this small observation. Look, André said that, countries like Brazil should define which are the sectors that they want to develop, and then to some way protect, some way, he didn't say well. To some way I would complete, to establish tariffs for these sectors, independent of the infant industry argument or the Dutch disease argument. There's a third argument that you are speaking about. And I agree with you, but this is only one side question. Very important, but very important because it is means policy, and you forgot policies, and especially you forgot the policy of the tariff policies, and they are the more important industrial policy, the tariff policy. But I remain with my question, my basic question. This is a comment.
I will open for three questions. So, please.
Well, congratulations. Very interesting presentations from all of you. My question is about a variable or a challenge that, in my view, is neglected by, in general, by people like us here in this room. That is one of the prices, of the 5 prices Bresser talks about. That is inflation. Why? Why I'm saying that? Because André put, I think, in a very interesting way that industrial policy was not the problem, although it had problems, but the main problem of the stagnation of the Brazilian economy, or quasi-stagnation of the Brazilian economy in the last 40 years, was the macroeconomic policy. And I think all of you, all of us here, or almost all of us, agree that the policy that is consistent with growth would be a macro policy with low interest rates and a high or depreciated exchange rate. And the policy we have had all this time, or almost all these decades, was the contrary of that. But if we put in place a macro mix with a low interest rate and a high exchange rate, we don't have neither the exchange rate anchor for inflation, nor the interest rate policy to curb inflation. And we know that inflation has been a problem for all the countries in Latin America and Brazil as well. We have a propensity to have high inflation. And this policy mix of low interest rates and high exchange rate that we want is also put some inflationary pressure. So, which would be the anchor? Where would be the anchor? We that grew up in a Keynesian tradition, we have a great difficulty to think of a fiscal policy that's not expansionary. But in this context, how would you think of that? Of fiscal policy or other policies that could work as an anchor to avoid this inflationary pressure that would result from this macro mix that we would like to see, that we think is consistent with economic growth.
Well, my question is very much in line with the comments of Francisco and Professor Bresser. And first of all, it's a very, very interesting exposition. All the studies was very thoughtful. And my question is, don't you think that we, in the analysis of this long-term stagnation, beginning at the 80s, don't you think that we belittle or diminish the impact or the constraint set by the debt crisis, because I know about this, the foreign trade constructions, but my point is more specifically, because if you think backwards, you see that it took, let's say, at least 20 years to swallow the debt crisis. And Professor Besses knows this for his personal activity in this area, with the Plan Brady and some. So we cannot look at this, the industrial policy or a lot of or the strategy without knowing that at that time you have two major problems: inflation and debt crisis. And these two problems are very linked, they are connected. You may say in a certain way that one is created by the other, because if you have this debt crisis, you have the exchange rate problem. So I think that we can when you look back to the behavior or this stagnation, it seems to me that usually we diminish the impact and the need to swallow this the debt crisis. Because if you, I remember that in the beginnings of the 90s, the central bank reserve was only $2 billion. In the beginning of the, it was in 1901. So actually, you only you may say that you can solve or something like that the debt crisis in the middle of the 20s, when you start when finally we build reserves, international reserves around in the beginning was $200 billion, and then now you have 40. So to have any degree of liberty to implement any kind of strategy or policy, you need to be comfortable in many ways with this, in the reserves and have somehow the debt crisis solved. That is my question.
One last question, Fiona.
Thanks for the great panel. I really enjoyed all three of the papers. My question is mainly to Andrea, but I think anybody could comment. Firstly, in your regression analysis, I think the second most important explanatory variable was this reprimarization of the export basket away from manufacturing towards primary commodities. So I'm wondering to what extent you're seeing it as an exogenous determinant of the lack of structural change, as opposed to a manifestation. I think by including it as an explanatory variable, for me it implies that it's something exogenous, maybe related with the composition of global demand or whatever. So to what extent do you think it's that, as opposed to the failures of structural change and maybe reverse structural change leading to that reprimarization? And then maybe a second, a bit broader question. What do you think is the policy interventions that could enable reindustrialization in Brazil beyond maybe more expansionary macroeconomic policy? Because this one is clear. So in addition to that, yeah, thanks.
5 minutes for each one. At most 5 minutes, please.
I think that import tariffs are important, but I mean that what is important is that first, the structure of import tariffs must be implemented in not a schizophrenic way. For example, in Brazil, I think that we have to respect the so-called tariff escalate, because, for example, if you see the structure of tariffs in Brazil nowadays, both in nominal terms and effective terms, you can see, for example, several intermediate goods with tariffs higher than final goods. It's important that, for example, capital goods that it's not focused by industrial policy. For example, the tariff, import tariff must be near zero, if not zero. But strategic goods focused by industrial policy, I mean that the import tariff must be in such level that provide that entrepreneurs and innovators pursue the learning curve, but not higher than the necessary to pursue the learning curve. But they are important, of course. And I think that the most difficult question is it yours. But I mean that, in fact, it's very difficult to implement a mix of combined internal and external policy to, for example, assure the so-called mix of internal policy to preserve price stability and to preserve the balance of payment stability in the sense of that neoclassical international economist. I think that it's Mead, James Mead, exactly. But what I think that, and I argue and I reivindicate, in the case of Brazil particularly, that it should be, we should reivindicate an economic policy that provide what I could say a fine tune between the monetary policy, fiscal policy, and exchange rate policy. We have no exchange rate policy. Brazil has no exchange rate policy because I think that Brazil follows the Mandel-Fleming model. According to it, the exchange rate is a lower price. That's just the importance of exchange rate is to assure the balance of payment equilibrium, and the monetary policy is used but to assure price stability. But in practice, as for example, Eleni Hay showed, in a world of large capital move, we have no, for example, monetary stability with an exchange rate policy that preserves some exchange rate stability too. And I think that, for example, it's possible we have fiscal responsibility, not austerity, because it's different. For example, Thomas Paley accused Professor Bess of defending austerity, because what he defends is responsibility, fiscal responsibility. That's to say, to have a very efficiency in the combination of all the public expenditures, for example, but create a fiscal rule that preserve, for example, the public investment. I think somebody showed that the public investment in Brazil is 1% of GDP. No, because it's unashamed, because Keynes emphasized that it's important we have a floor of public investment that assured effective demand and stimulate the private animal spirits. But I think rather than Keynesian effect of public investment, I think that we should remind they have also Schumpeterian effect, because they create externalities for the economy as a whole. And, for example, my point is that monetary policy in Brazil is effective in a very irresponsible way, because they create permanent effect on the capacity of the Brazilian country to grow. For example, note how the Central Bank of Brazil managed the interest rate after the inflation raised by after the pandemics. All the countries increased the nominal interest rate, the basic interest, but not in the intensity with which Brazil has effectivate. In Brazil, for example, there is a very, for maybe surrealist, that I don't know if we notice. For example, the president of the Central Bank of Brazil, the Fed, for example, making comments on how the fiscal policy should do. Now, the president, in the report of inflation in Brazil, every time the Committee of Monetary Policy make comments on fiscal policy. The fiscal policy must be sort of, I think that it's surrealist, because if the monetary policy reached the autonomy for making monetary policy, and as interesting that the decision of operate at a very high interest level, this very high interest level have also effect on the management of the fiscal results. It's very difficult, but I think that it's important to fine-tune that we don't observe in Brazil. I think, yes, the question of Fiona. I don't know. I don't know if I understood very well your answer, but if I'm not right, correct me, please. You said that I emphasize most of the macroeconomic and how should be industrial policy for. This is the question.
Not really. But if we're out of time, we can talk maybe at lunch. It's okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, depend on Tiago. I can restate it. But
You are our main. You are our main invitation. Have the time yet?
Okay. It was two questions. The second question was about the policies for reindustrialization, in addition to expansionary macroeconomic policy, which is clear. But my first question was about your econometrics. Yeah, so that in your regression, the explanatory variable, I think it was the second most important, was the reprimarization of the export basket in explaining the lack of structural change. So I guess my question is, to what extent is this reprimarization an exogenous explanatory factor, maybe relating with changing composition of world demand, or to what extent is it a manifestation of the lack of structural change? So you've got a weak structural change, therefore the composition of the economy is deindustrializing, therefore the export basket shifts more towards primary. So yeah, maybe what makes
Yeah, I think that in this case, it seems that they can reflect both, because they can reflect escaping from the econometric exercise, because in econometric term, it cannot be at the same time endogenous variable, explanatory variable. But in practical terms, it's interesting that the lack of structural change produce, but combined with the macroeconomic policies that in which the real exchange rate tend to be overvaluation in a long period in Brazil, because if you take the period from 1995 after stabilization until 2014-15, most of the time, Brazilian real has kept on average 20% of evaluation, except after immediate external shocks. So these, of course, contribute to also to a deep the reprimarization of the export basket in Brazil. So, in this sense, I mean that it can be explained by both in practical terms. But I think that in the case for suggestion for reindustrialization in Brazil, I did a paper with Paulo Morceiro, your colleague, yes, about that. And recently, I wrote a small article for Valor Econômico in which I mean that for reindustrialization, I don't mean, for example, to restructure the old industry in Brazil. It can be also, but it's basically to put the industrialization on the path for sustaining the recovery and sustained economic growth and the catching up process in Brazil. But from the industrial policy point of view, I think that exactly now we have with the Professor Carlota Pérez called windows of opportunity, large windows of opportunity, because it's exactly on the beginning of the disruptive technological revolution, in this case with the so-called digital revolution, robotics, but mainly due to the necessity for not only for ethical terms, but also for competitive terms, that all countries will transit from technology that uses high emission of carbon dioxide to low emission, because I think that it's a way without back. So, for example, in this case, by comparing which is the source of carbonization in Brazil with the United States, for example, here is basically deforestation. Deforestation in English. In the United States is basically the use of fossil energy. But, for example, if you see the industrial matrix, industrial productive matrix, for example, the sector that pollutes more is the same for all countries, for example, steel and so on. And this sector will have to transit to new technology with low emission of carbon dioxide. What I mean is that the play is zero for everybody. Of course, the advanced countries have a small advantage in relation to developing countries, but for Brazil, for example, there is a large window of opportunity to enter, for example, in eolic, we say eolic energy, solar energy, because of the abundance of natural resources, the sun, and also in the case, for example, I think that there is an opportunity escape from the transition for energy in the so-called industrial complex of health, include some segments of pharmaceutical products. Until now, I don't understand why Brazil is not a player, a significant player, by produce and export, for example, vaccines, pharmaceutical product for fighting tropical disease and so on. It's the lack of industrial policy. In this case, for example, the appropriate instrument, it's not import tariff, but perhaps government purchase, local content, and so on. I forgot your...
But let's leave for the others.
So thank you very much for the questions. They make you think a lot of things. Just to take a carona, how to say, André, a ride, André. I would suggest a policy, industrial policy, starting by giving priority to the decarbonization of the agriculture process, because that's our main source. Yeah. But the point is that we have lots of stimulus from new trade demands because we are very rich in natural resources. for new material to help developed countries in their energy transition. That's the main problem. But we should also look at our main demand if we want to have a policy of reindustrialization, you see. And so to introduce this window of opportunities, because we are rich in minerals, or we have lots of other advantages and different problems in terms of pollution, and so should mainly focus on our priorities. That's what I will start to think about this problem. But just very quickly, because the questions are very difficult to answer. But what I learned from this session is that we are discussing the policy space that we have for a structural change, considering that what is relevant is for us to advancing our diversification of structural matrix and sophistication and so on. And so the point is that why we are restricting our policy space. And I see that we change inflation, high inflation. What was our way out to fight high inflation? Because my thesis was in high inflation. I was studying high inflation. I arrived in Brazil, high inflation was ended, so I have to reinvent my research. But the point is that then it was economic opening, you see, and that's, as I see, our main anchor to sustain inflation is the exchange rate. So we never get rid of that, you see, because otherwise, and what happened with the real exchange rate, which is the only sector that we can still sustain economically, that we can live with high appreciate interest rate, where you have our natural vocation. So look at this. It's not strange to see that why we regress so much in our structural matrix. You see, it's all connected. So I would see that, and my view is always to discuss this policy space with structural change, but in an international context where we are in, of course, and we are in that situation of subordination and so on. So, but and just one last comment is that I see that after two crises, international crises, very, very, very deep crises, you have an international debate very different in terms of macroeconomic policy. And also, I think that we are very backwards to introduce this debate in our discussions, you see, because monetary policy is rather different. People, you see, you have, at least in the academic debate, and we are so still very conservative, and for us there is only one model. And that's why you don't see also fiscal space, you see, but actually you should make an effort to introduce more of this international debate and dare more to think other mix of policies. And if we want to put the question of growth really important in our agenda. So that's all. So thank you.
So challenging task of being between everyone's hunger and lunch. Two comments. First, on inflation, usually, well, one of the main anchors that many political economists have discussed in the 60s, 70s that kind of disappeared is actually, and this is a big problem for Brazil, it's actually inequality, right? In the sense that inequality is a particularly, conflicting claims is a particularly important argument in terms of inflation, like markup pricing, conflicting claims, the fact that we have always struggled in the relationship between productivity and wages in developing countries, and inequality ended up being an anchor, unfortunately, and ended up reaching the point in which Latin America is currently the most unequal, perhaps comparing to Africa, the most unequal countries, regions in the world. So I think that the conflicting claims theory is a way that we can be brought back, also linking to the idea of exchange rate, because exchange rate directly affects the conflicting, the conflict between the different classes. So this is a particularly important element I just want to add. And finally, just to talk about the debt crisis, because nobody discussed about it yet. So it is, Argentina shows us that the debt crisis is still something that, if we cannot solve it, the external crisis, we're still bounded by a condition of repeating the same pattern of being like this inertia that ends up leading to 140% inflation a year and end up leading to what we're seeing right now. So I think in that sense, yes, that the solution of the debt crisis, we can say like that, during the 90s in Brazil, it still managed to create some instability that we don't see in Argentina, and probably that's the main reason why they're still struggling so much with the voucher funds, the fondos buitres, and all of these conditions that we have there in their economy. I think that's my all comments, just so everybody can have lunch. So thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. We booked a place for us to have a lunch in Intercity Hotel, where many of you are staying. We can go everybody together, but if you are going later, it's called what is the complete name? Is the yeah, we can lock the room.
So you will close the street.
Okay.
Yeah, the street is Pamplona Street 83. Não é do lado. Você não tá, não.
Não, eu não cheguei ainda.
Ah, tá.
Eu comecei a levar minha mala.